Alright, I guess this is the start of the first stream of 2021. Well, anybody out there, welcome to the first stream of the year. I mean, the first stream in a long time. I haven't been streaming for quite a while because I have been, well, trying to organize and sorting things out in life. Now I'm back, and I'm going to be back every Saturday, but since we have started, let's go there. Hi, welcome to the workshop where we are today building some orky stuff. Deff threads, we got a couple of them printed and built. It's a design I made myself and printed. Not because I don't like the deff thread model, because it's an awesome model, I just can't afford it. 2020 was a bit of a hard time, you know. Not only for me, for a lot of people, of course, for different reasons. Mine were mostly economical because of the lack of work. But yeah, 2021. Let's make it a better year, shall we? Let's build some stuff. And the original idea why I wanted to print these was very simple. I wanted to get back into Warhammer 40k. I couldn't afford any models. I had some stuff, but I also have a 3D printer, and compared to whatever company you buy miniatures from, printing things will be a lot cheaper if you can do it. So I set out to design my own model in Fusion 360, and this is the finalized deff thread. This is a different, almost the same but a little bit different. I don't know if you can see that. The hip area, or the crotch or the groin here in the middle where the legs attach. This is round, and this is just glued flat on, and this I made this so it could be turned. So this is version 2, this is version 1. So if it looks like this now, what's left to do, you might ask? Well, it obviously doesn't have any weapons, it doesn't have any detailing. Since I have an FDM printer, I get a lot of lines. You need to sand, you can still leave some lines visible there, but we're gonna cover this up. So there are no rivets or really small details, because I wanted to avoid that in case you have to sand them down anyway. So instead I just made like the base like this, very flat, and we're gonna put on rivets, we're gonna put on chimneys or exhausts or whatever you want to call them. We're gonna probably some kind of a faceplate, and we're gonna fix some weapons on this, and this is gonna take a while. So every Saturday from now on, from 1 o'clock Central European time, this is what's gonna be made. Ah, you're there, you're back. Oh, this tree can't read before you. Oh, okay. Oh, look, we have 2 people here. Hi, welcome back then, Studio NK. I didn't know you were here 10 minutes before the stream started. And hi, Mitch. How are you guys? Right, let's put him back there. So, getting rivets and stuff on this guy, well, that's going to be done with plastic card, which is what we're having here. Thin sheet of plastic card. We can cut small rivets from it. You can also use bits of old sprue. I keep looking to my right because I'm usually used to having my camera there, but I can't place this whole thing on that side. Oh. The focus is a bit odd, is it? Is it like off? Because I know if I go close it's going to be really blurry because it's not autofocusing. Maybe it should autofocus for this. Oh. I like that. That's a good baby. I like that. Thank you for that only baby we will ever have together, unless we count cats, I guess. But yeah, 9 months. That's pretty cool. So it needs to be better in focus, is what you're saying. Okay. Well, I have foreseen issues, so I actually have the thingy up already, so I can just go. Oh yeah, wait. No. Oh yeah, let's do this. Is that better? Well, when it's better down there, might be better all over, right? Yeah, that looks more in focus to me anyway. Let's go for it. Here we go. Yeah, this is good. Good. Thank you for that. And I have a lot of bits of plastic out here. It's like leftovers. Oh, look, I got a ladder. But yeah, you can use old spruce for this. You're gonna have to work a bit to get them to this shape, but you can cut small rivets and stuff of it. This is gonna be good for making like a faceplate thingy here. And we'll probably add some cables from green stuff later on. But today is probably gonna be mostly focusing on this, and then maybe we'll get around to see if we need to finish up one of these little guys. The little pew tanks, the grot tanks, which has the same story basically. I designed and printed because I can buy them. There's a lot of small bits in here, but let's just pour it out. Oh look, we have a start of a weapon here, I think, even. Like a little saw bit. We can put that aside. Ooh, that's almost a faceplate, like orky faceplate already done. Yeah, there's some printed, all of these are not plastic, but these are printed parts, these are PLA, so, well, we can use some of the round ones, I guess. We can glue that one on there. There's the glue. I don't have anything to pour glue out on, so I'll move over here. And see what we got. We got nothing, so I'll move over to the next place. Oh, toothpicks! I like toothpicks. Just getting some small tools that I didn't think about putting on the table. And some toothpicks. And these little things. Because these are excellent to pour out glue on top here. And once the glue are dried, you can just turn them on and you can mix things in them. Oh, well, there we go. So this little part there is usually what I put glue in. Some toothpicks so you can take out the glue and put it on there, because when you're using a bottle like this one, I do not recommend trying to dip it on the bottle, because you're gonna create a big mess. Oh god, has this sort of dried up there? So is this the main camera is a bit too yellow? Because doesn't this come off as white? Oh, my hands are a little bit yellow, I guess, yeah. Yeah, we can see if we can adjust that. I'm gonna... Test hand. How do you like that? Does it look less yellow? If you want yellow, you can get really yellow. I got a banana here. Otherwise, does it look better or worse? Just different. Oh, stream delays when you have to wait for people to react in chat. Hey, well, let's keep it down there. That's good to know. All right. Oh yeah. This is a CA glue or a super glue that actually takes a little time to dry, so you have some time to adjust, which is perfect when you're making custom models. You need to have like some time to react sometimes. We'll just put that there like a little bit. Let's imagine the person, well, the orc or whatever, driving this, climbs in this way. Go and clean your glass plate. Ooh. Really cool. So, oh yeah, we need to talk about printing stuff in the Leo. And how's that going and stuff and things. Right, we have some left over of these. It's basically the same as this plate, this bigger bit, but it's just leftover parts. So, oh darn it! I really was hoping I wouldn't have to move camera, but I kind of want to don't sit and cut for like 10 minutes and be completely out of camera. So I am taking you for a short ride. Here we go. Here we go. So let's start by cutting off. Yeah, you can at least see that on the edge of the screen. Just a bit like that, and then we're gonna. That is a kind of square rivets sort of thing, but you know, orcs don't really care for the aesthetics as much as they care for it looking menacing and being killer. So, yeah, I guess what we could do maybe is cut along the length like this. Oh, oh yeah, this table is not. Yeah, I need to screw this board down on the table actually in the end. I realize now, well, that will have to wait. And I'm putting my, I know I'm covering it all with my finger, but that's just because if you just cut like this, well actually that didn't, but sometimes they did decide that they want to live like way over that way. Way over, and then you'll never find them. Especially on the bright light floor like this. So, I'm simply putting my finger on this side to keep it from flying away if it decides to try. Which means you don't. I could have just cut out of the camera anyway, I guess, because you're not going to get to see much. But then again, I think you know how it looks when you cut something, maybe. Oh yeah, I was going to see if I had any of the bigger plastic card pipe. It sounds like weird when you say pipe cards, but yeah. Let's see if I have any pipes left like this one, but a little bit bigger because I want to have some rounded sort of armor bits on the leg to beef him up a bit here. We're also going to have to do some hydraulic cylinders to put on like the arms. From here to here, for example, and there to there, so it feels like they look like they could move and they're just not everything internal. And if you want to know how that should look, or at least reasonably, you can just look at any old farm equipment or construction equipment or anything with a crane, or you know, because they use hydraulics, so you can just take that as a reference for whatever you want to. Okay, I dropped a bit. Because orcs do reference. I mean, orcs don't. I mean, they probably just put some like pistons and stuff there and hydraulic stuff. That isn't actually hydraulic anyway, because orc stuff just tends to be scrap bolted together that works. As long as it looks the part enough, the orcs will believe. And the 40k orcs have this little funny thing where if enough of them believe in something, that just works. So they see like a machine with arms or a robot with arms, and they see the hydraulics, and they're like, oh, that's how it works. It should look like that, and then it works. So it's a little bit of a future space magic thingy, or Waaagh energy if you want to do it properly, I guess. So I'm gonna step away to my plastic card box. Ooh, they look yours. Oh, I will. Oh, and welcome back. I have this I have this set up wrong. I should put the chat screen over here because I'm looking more this way. Okay, so let's do a quick, I mean it's just a pad, so it's quickly arranged. Sorry for arms in the screen and all that. Yes, here we go. Now maybe I will remember to have a look at the screen over there now and then, because I look at the screen so I see everything looks good, you know, and stuff like that. It's more aimed that way. But I'll go and look in my plastic box, or plastic drawer actually. Let's see if we have some other pipes that are bigger. Otherwise we might have, oh there we go, some bigger. We might have to go into some other type of materials. I guess, you know, if I wanted bigger pipes, I could just print those as well. It's just going to take an enormous amount of unnecessary time. But we have some here. So the plan with that would be we cut off a piece and then we cut it in like half basically, and we put it like a piece of armor there. But those pieces are going to go on last, I think. I think the first thing you want to do is get on rivets everywhere, like on arms and like everywhere where you want them. And how on earth are you going to get that tiny little bit onto I'm just going to this on there with glue and everything without getting these stuck to my fingers, or my fingers stuck to this model. Well, that's where the toothpicks comes in. Well, decide where you want your things. Pick up just a little bit of a drop of glue and boop. Do a couple, 4 places, and then I need to have another one of these little bowls. See if this works well with water. Just a little bit of water, not much at all. So the surface tension on the water there kind of makes this sticky, and yeah, you can lift it up. But it's going to want to stuck to the glue more than to the water. So if I put this down on here, it comes off. And then we do the same thing again. That's 2 rivets. We're going to do a couple more in the back on the same thing. We're going to do on the side of the arms and legs, and probably around like the top here, maybe a few here, and on the sides, a bit on this. So there's going to be a lot. Yeah, it's tiny. Daz, hello. Yes, hi. Many hearts to you too, my friend. How are you doing? It's been a while. It's been a while, mostly because I have been a while. And for anybody who is not privy to the information, me and Das here played Atlas together. My character's name was Henry. So there's a few people in the world that only knows me like Henry. I'm fine, thank you. I'm fine. I am very fine. Getting back to life a bit. Getting back to streaming. Trying to get the situation, life under control. There we go. That's 4 out of 50. Yeah, so I don't know if it's 50. It's just going to be a bunch of them. But yeah, those are tiny, because this guy is like, what's that? Let's have a, so that's 42 and 234, so that's like 8 centimeters tall. And then he's going to go like one of them bases. So how have you been? How have you been, you little pirate wannabe? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta, I mean, you can't control everything, so why don't bother with that and try and control what you can control, basically, I guess. Trying to make sense of things, trying to I mean, stream more, be more present on all my social medias again, and see if we can't make this building things for a living thing. I mean, it should be doable, just a matter of reaching out to enough people. I'm not just talking about building org stuff, I'm talking about building stuff in general, basically props and whatever, 3D printing, 3D designing, yeah, for movies, theaters, cosplay, whatever, historical reenactments, accurate such things, or maybe a bit anachronistic if that's your thing too. I like to build stuff, and I have a very wide set of skills to do that. Yeah. Gonna see if we can do this marketing on the internet and get some people to thinking, hey, this guy does things, let him make my stuff. I don't like this at all. I'm just gonna nope. Looks too weird. Maybe it's because there's square there, I don't know. Oh yeah, these are too flat, so you can either do, well, I think they're too flat. You can take like small bits of, make like small armor plates, uneven everywhere, or I need to get some more tools, or you can do this little thing that I am about to do as soon as I find the thing. Here we go. Here we go. Box, find the right tools. Here we go. Small needle files, because this is plastic. Is it flicking very hard? Oh, that's annoying. Okay, let's see if we can fix that. Stupid lighting in this place. Yeah, calibrating the print bed can be such a annoying thing. I actually always put glue on my glass plate, even if I have a glass plate when I print, just to make sure everything sticks there. That's usually the exposure. Is that better? It's super bright now though. Glue stick. I have a glue stick. It's better? Okay. Yeah, I pulled down the light a bit. Problem of using plastic. Okay, here we go. I don't know if the screen went black for you, but it was black here for me for a tiny bit. That was a bit okay. Bit of a scare moment. Now I have jumbled around things again a bit. Right. Yeah, so it's let's do another name. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is a good way to document. Having that at the start. So no, yeah, I have a glue stick. I don't remember what it's called. I can send you a picture of it later when I get home. Yeah, it's usually the screws. Sometimes the screws for leveling the bed is also a bit wonky. I had to actually unscrew one of mine and rescrew it and stuff because the threading in the, yeah, it was a mess. Well, yeah, okay, Studio Intake, I can also send you a picture of the wood glue. It says, it stands, well, you know where it is, next to the printer, right? Sort of around the corner. Oh yeah, Happy New Year's and Merry Christmas and all that. Indeed, to everybody. Or for all the Swedish people, we can do with the classic God fortsättning, which basically translates to good continuation, I guess. Alright, why do I want a needle file? Well, this is plastic, this is soft, I can show you. I want some armor plates on this thing, right? I'm just gonna... So even visible, yeah, in a certain angle. Well, there is a sort of filed down line. This is a very, almost like a knife edge, but not quite. Very thin edge needle file. And we're just gonna... Here we go. And now it looks like there's two different parts. And that means we can put tiny rivets in like the corners. And it will definitely read as two parts. But if you start looking here, it's just like flat again. So we're gonna have to go all the way around. Yeah, and the glue cleans off the glass plates like super easy. It's just like water, literally. You can just use an old diskborste. Yeah, you can just dishwash it off. Use a special dish one to dishwash it though, so you don't get any glue residue on, well, you know, you're eating things, eating utensils and plates and stuff. And this one you jump all over the place, so what I usually do is I go on the corner like this first, and then I slowly bend it over the edge, so to speak. Because you want this line to match up all the way around, or at least match up on the edges in this case, because they're orcs, so they don't really care about symmetry, I guess. Check phone, but my phone is in the other room for the thingy. Is it the glue that was standing like, if you have the print stand in front of the printer, it's like on this side, which would be that side, and I guess well, actually I can just, I have my, yeah, that's the right one. I realize I also have my pad right there, right there in front of me. No. The thing is, I didn't see your chat bubble because the light is reflecting from the ceiling lights. Otherwise I would have probably noticed the chat bubble. Okay, now we are on three sides, and now we're gonna line up from this side to that side. Just see if you can see anything. Filing down on the corner like that, just to make a mark. We'll do that on the other side as well. And then we'll try and make a line between those two marks. Right. Sometimes it's really tricky to see where you're going with this. There we go. All the way around. Oh yeah, from this angle you can see it very clearly, the line there, which is right. Well, then you didn't have to wait until this afternoon. Woohoo! Awesome cake. Alright, okay. Let's put these square big rivets away for a bit. Let's see if we can't. Do I have? No. Oh, I should have had a bit of plastic sprue here then. Well, I guess I'll have to get up out of my chair again. This time I'm gonna have to leave the room. Or not. Yeah, I have wrong type of sprue. I'll be right back. Here we go. I found a sprue. Sprue. And for those who don't know, this is a sprue. It's what all the pieces. When you buy these, not this, but if you buy the like normal Games Workshop kits and other kits, you get it in parts, like model planes and stuff like that as well. Here a bit in the storage room. To glue, some kind of epoxy glue or just any super glue should work on any of the printed parts. Yeah. You move around things as you need. It's okay. So yeah, this sprue is a treasure trove. Actually, I saw a video not long ago of a guy who made like an orc stomper, which is basically a big robot thingy, but it's a lot bigger, just from sprues. And I was like, how is he gonna do that? And he actually melted this stuff down with acetone, and then he just spread it out basically, or rolled it out like a dough, and left it to dry, cure, which means all the acetone will evaporate and it will be plastic again. So we made like big plastic sheets from old sprues. So we're gonna do that, not now, but at some point we're gonna do it. But just as a sprue, this is a brilliant piece of thing to save. Do not throw these things away. Organizing stuff, feeling good. Okay, see you once the battle is over. What? Oh, stupid Mobot. Sorry about that. No need to shout. Alright, yeah, I guess Mobot, but still. But you also see on this sprue here, there are like, let's see if we can get them, these round knobs. Everywhere. And these are perfect for bigger rivets and stuff. There are some smaller ones as well. All you need to do is to bring your clippers with you. But I didn't. So we'll get out of camera and get back into camera. Hello again. You can just cut off a piece. And then you can use, well, they actually go down quite a bit, so if you want to, you can start cutting off these edges as well, but you can also just snip them off like this, and then we'll put a finger not in but above, just so it doesn't fly away when you snip it off. Let's see how that turned out. No, it snipped it a little bit badly. Okay, use a knife to cut them off then. And these can be used for rivets, or they can be used, let me show you, for looking like a join where the joints of the legs and arms bend. Like here, it looks pretty flat. I mean, it could look like this. Everything could be very internal, but it makes the model pretty uninteresting to look at, in my opinion. So what we're doing now is cutting one of those round things off. Try to cut it flush like that. We'll get this off. Another tiny little bit. Put a double glue. And now it looks like, oh, this piece bends around that because it looks like there's a road in between. Good plan is to put one on the other side as well. Try to line them up as much as possible. So let's do that next. Get the sprue back. You look at all of these slight long and lovely sticks. I mean, they are a bit of an odd shape. That's just because it's easier for them to plop out of the mold when they injection mold these things. But you can easily cut them down to a rounder shape and sand them down. I think that's the fan from the computer because it's like a little bit further than this from the microphone, so I don't think that little shh sound you hear can be done anything about, because my computer likes to be cool. One, so a little bit left there. Right. Let's go for the underside. Boop. Booping on some glue. That lines up pretty well. Looks like a thing going through a little bit more. Okay. I wonder what that noise is then. Because I can hear the fan sitting here. Oh wait, is it like a low? If that's the sound, it's probably one of the light fixtures in the ceiling. Because you can hear that when you're around here and there's no noise. So I guess that's it, and that's another thing we just can't do anything about right now. We'd need to climb up to the light and remove a lot of things. Maybe the microphone picks that up. I don't know. Those are the only two like background sort of noise like thingies that I can think of. Let's just cut out two of these at the same time and just get pew. Yeah, that's why if you want to keep the bit you cut off, that's why you put your finger in the way, so it doesn't fly away like that. Alright, it's save that bit. Get to this. Let's go for the next arm. Boop. Boop. And Just that little thing, I think, just makes it so much better looking. We're gonna do some more panel lines somewhere, I guess, maybe on another arm, not on all of the arms. We're gonna do some panels that we glue on as well. Lurk, lurk. I don't have a lurk command. I'll make one. Don't worry. I'll make them all. Let's move that to the side. We need 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to just cut these down into more manageable strips like that. This is easier to cut them. Cut, chop, chop, chop. Wait. Oh god, they're so, the color of them, it makes me lose them on, lose track of them. I lost one. Did I put it over here? I don't know. We'll find it or we'll make a new one. I got plenty of spruce. It's okay. So, what you planning on printing once you have adjusted everything again and made it do your bidding? No, that's just 3. I lost one. No, wait, I can see it. It's over here. It just flipped around. Whoa, we got 4 of these now. 4 of these bad boys. Bad rivets or joints. I don't know what to call these. Axle joints? I don't know. A little bit messy there, but we can scrape off some of the excess glue, and then when we paint, we're going to weather these pretty heavy anyway. I mean, they're not going to be not shiny and clean because they're orkish. I mean, they're going to go from basically like these tanks, from being the printed, the glued together parts. You can see. Oh, okay, that wasn't the plan. Well, okay. But that happened. Let's reglue that before I put it back. We might have to, that however highlights a good issue for me. Maybe I need to fix this contact point here, so it's actually, oh, that does come off. Actually has a stronger contact point. I will put that on. Well, anyway, these are done with the same method. You can see there are some panel lines and there are some small rivets along the panel lines. And there are some added, all the white things added are plastic art, the rest is the print. That's how it looks when it's like finished built. And then once you get some color on it, it's gonna look more something more like this. Oh wow, pale it looks. Okay, it's a bit more yellowish than it looks there, but yeah, this is where we're going with most of these things. In the end, and I think everything is gonna be yellow because it looks, I know, they are super cute. They're grot tanks. They're like goblins that drive tanks, because they also want to go to the big Waaagh or war or whatever. Yeah. And the tanks, these are just for my personal own use, because making them and somehow selling them, except just printed parts, you know, because they're not going to be finished from the printer, so I think it's not going to be a sellable product as much as some other stuff might be. The tanks, however, are going to be resin cast in the end, so those are actually going to be for sale at one point or another. No ETA and date on that yet. Okay, I'm going to do the same thing for the legs now. I would like something bigger. if I have it. Don't think I have any rods that are that big. So we'll go for the same size. We're just taking the easy way out on this one. Taking the easy way out. So let's keep him in camera in something new people pops by and they want to see what's going on around here. It's a good thing to have the announced thing, so to speak, in there. Well, it was not the part that I needed that flew away, so I don't care. And again dabbing on some glue and we're putting these in place. Same. Oh, we should do it for the feet as well. See? I need 4 more actually. This is also very good because we're recycling old plastic bits. Ta-da! So we're economical and ecological and we're creative all at once. Funny how creative and economical tend to go hand in hand in cases like this. And then we have like all of these small parts. So what we're going to do with these? We're going to save them. We can put them in a big pile, put some other gravel and stuff over it, and it can be looking like ruins for a base, for example, like beams or whatever. So there's always room to do something with so many of these things. And you get so many of these sprues. If you play like Warhammer, for example, you get like so many sprues lying around. It's just ridiculous. But now it's practical because you can use it. And if you have any questions about anything I'm doing or anything else that's going to happen, if you want to know something, just feel free to ask. Feel free to ask. So basically what the stream is going to be from now on is making models. That's because I wanted to focus down the stream. I mean, I've been streaming this and that and that, those and these things and all over the place, and I thought I'd focus it down to something. And for the first part, it's going to be me making first 1,000 points of orcs, just printed stuff, and just like 1 orc model, and that's actually just 9 of these guys. Yeah, 9 of these guys, and another little headquarters dude, a little boss to boss over them. It's gonna be my 1,000 point list. Then we'll see. Maybe we'll make a Stompa or Orcanauts, Morcanauts. We're definitely gonna try out that. Oh, I don't remember. I'm sorry, but I don't remember what the guy's name was. The channel name was. That made the acetone plastic thingy. I will let everybody know next week, like in a week. Unless I can remember it. during the stream. This is not a super. This is not like super attack quick glue. This doesn't dry. This doesn't cure like instantly. So you can put it on like this on several places, and then go in with your little bits. Put them in place before the glue sets. Ooh, putting the claws of the impossible kitten. That's pretty impressive, considering how little she likes to be handled. She likes cuddling, she does not like to be handled at all. Oh, he's falling down. There's a couple of rivets there, a lot of the joints. I mean, you could go overboard with the rivets, because I don't like these big flat surfaces, but there's going to be some armor around the knees here. So discussed earlier, there's going to be hydraulic thingies with cables and everything. And there's going to be, yeah, other stuff. I could have done panel lines on this body before I glued it together, if I wanted that, but on this guy at least, we'll take the other route. We will take some. Oh, that's a bit thick. Oh, yawn. We'll search the pile. Search the pile to find some of these lovely plastic bits of different shapes and sizes. And then for its weapons, we're just gonna raid my bits box with all the orky stuff in, basically. So we'll get all the. That will tie them into any like official orc models from Games Workshop, for example. So it's gonna look good in the end. So what I'm gonna do now is just let's put some armor plates. And these armor plates can be also have rivets on them, of course. Add that extra layer of details, because just flat out you can use this like this and just put some weapons on it and it's good to go if you wanted to. But if you want to create a model that looks a bit interesting, you should add details and layers, and yeah, just put like a piece of stuff on like that. Well, now we'll leave the bottom of the arms done because there's going to be weapons here. We might want to have cables going in, so we'll do that when we do the weapons. Right? I do want some rivets up here, though. I do want some rivets up there. So like 5 rivets, 4 rivets on each side. I got a whole bunch of them. We'll take the smaller knife. Oh, let's see. If I sit like these, I'm just trying to figure out new placement of cameras and stuff, so we'll see. I'm gonna be a little bit off, but if I start moving that, I'm gonna have to move the whole computer, because the face cam is the built-in cam into my laptop. And what I'm doing now, I'm just cutting off. I don't want them to be too square, because they're going to be very visible up here. So I want to like make them a little bit uneven. I could, but then I can't work on this model anymore. Otherwise I could show you just another way you can make little rivets, which involves a wood glue or PVA glue. Okay, this piece of paint that's stuck here is a bit annoying. I'm just gonna it looks like a little rivet, so I get confused all the time. Can't you? I'll take you. You're big enough to be cut into. Just shaving off the corners basically, so they look a bit more round-ish. Oh. Even though they're technically going to be all 8-sided, I guess, more or less, unsymmetrically. I'll do 4 to start with and put them on one side, just to break off doing the same thing the whole time, which is not necessarily always fun. But if you can, you should try and have fun. Just focusing a little bit there. Here we go. That's gonna be nice looking. Get some blue on the where we want to, so we're gonna try and space it out evenly-ish, because even if orcs build weirdly and just don't care, we as humans that look at the models, we tend to care. And just gonna look better if it's a little bit symmetrically placed, but not too perfect either. Well, looks like it's bolted down into the shoulder part there a bit more. And it's not so flat. We're gonna put like a square bit here, maybe a round bit there as well, just to break up this big flat surface. Breaking up the surfaces is the thing to do. And that's one. Next again, trying to cut off the corners a bit, make them look a little bit roundish, or not making them not look square is the word we should be describing this with, because we're not rounding them off by any means. The thing is, if you hammer in a rivet, it would round out quite a lot, simply because, well, depending on how you hit it, I guess, but even if you have a square stick that you're hitting, it's going to round off. We'll do the same thing on this shoulder. Put some of that little glue on. Get your glue on. Here we go. Oh no, it's out of place. It's stuck there. Super glue on your fingers. Well, it counts as you using glue. I don't know what you want it to count as. I mean, no, that's not supposed to be over there. You're supposed to be over there. This is for the water. This is for the glue. Right. Let's make like a plate over here where you can look out into the world. think I'm gonna need to go into this bit. And then we're gonna have to cut like a slit in this so it looks, and then we're gonna glue it here. But hey everybody, look, it's flat, it doesn't work. Well, you can heat this. If you heat this like gently, it will become very malleable. You can bend it into, well, different shapes. This used to be flat. You can also just actually blend it a little bit like that. Don't have to be a perfect fit. You can just bend it around a little corner, just a little bit. You can't see it because I'm doing it out of camera, but yeah. I'm just bending it around the edge of the table a little bit because the edge is a bit rounded. And now it's rounded. When we glue this on, it should just stick. But we don't just want a plate like that. We want it to look like you can look out. So we're actually going to have to flatten it back out again a little bit. And you can measure this and do whatever. But we're doing orky stuff, so we don't measure. We don't measure that much. I'm just gonna simply cut it out. I do want it to be like a frame around this slit where it's looking out. The driver can see the world. But if you get super glue on your fingers, maybe you should also use toothpicks or something. Because that's a good way to not get glue all over yourself. So what have you been gluing? If you have super glue, well, except yourself, what have you been gluing? Where was the glue supposed to go? Let's go with that. That sounds good. Say that. Oh, somebody's saying something on my messenger. Oh, I'll check that later. Then we're going to put some glue on here. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Looking forward to be able to see that in some form. Oh, now I'm in the club. I also have super glue on my fingers. Just gonna hold this down. I have an activator for this super glue, so you can just spray it on and it's gonna. I haven't bought anything on Blocket in like I don't know how many years, so. Okay. And now it looks like somebody can see it. It's a little bit wonky on there, but it doesn't matter again because it works. Otherwise, you should probably like measure these things out. I mean, I could have printed something in there as well, but if I do this and I cut this out different on all 9 models, even if they have the same base, they're all going to look different. They're going to have rivets in different places and stuff like that. Yeah, but sometimes you have to, ooh, look at this. Sometimes you just have to deal with it, I guess. Oh, I even have a finished part with some orc teeth thing, a classical orc style. I don't know how old this is, but this is pretty old because this plastic has started to becoming yellow. I can just glue that on, and that's done. All right, let's do it. Let's add more glue. Well, you know, if you need something and it's only available at Bucket, I guess you're gonna have to buy it there, but it's good to know that it might be an annoying place to shop. I don't shop so many things. I shop materials most. Sometimes I don't even shop that because people tend to like give me stuff. Oh, why did I put a lot of glue on the inside there? It's not gonna be anything there. Silly pixel. Just to make sure that this gets stuck in good, I'm gonna get the activator. If I can find it, is it over there? No, it doesn't. It should be up on the shelf here, right here. There we go. I see. You're behind all the other glues. And it's just a spray can. You can actually use any sort of powder or spray to activate the super glue. Anything with small particles in it will work for that end. No, that's stuck there. And everything smells like I just filled a cigarette lighter because I think the gas power in this is butane gas, so it's the same thing that you use for lighters. Whew. Lucky it's just like quickly and then it dissipates, goes away. Ah, he's starting to look menacing now. Look at this guy. Yes, I'm gonna play with it and make noises. It's a toy. It's a miniature toy thingy for a game. So of course I'm gonna make weird noises and play with it, you know. Noises are optional, but playing with it is sort of the purpose. So I'll put on a tiny little plate there. No. Oh, sorry. Bumped into the old computer. I hope it didn't. Actually, I think he's kind of cute too. It's okay. He can be cute and terrifying. It's his specialty. We have some old arms from other projects here. Like arm parts. We have a foot. We have a lot of different funny things. Right, let's put some armor around these knees so it doesn't look so skinny. Maybe that will make him terrifying. Okay, so when you're cutting a pipe, if you push down, you might like deform it and flatten it a bit. So what you can do is you just take your knife and you roll it back and forth, and it will start to cut into it. Or you can hold it down and you can use the knife basically as a saw. There we go. Prefer the rolling method. She just goes right through like that. That's a bit long maybe, but oh wait. Let's cut it down like that. Let's cut it down to size. So you see, I'm just going to put this like on. Maybe that wasn't a bad size. Yeah, it is. We want this. This is a good size, I think. We're going to put some, maybe on the front of his leg there, and then we'll put something there. Yeah. And then on this, we can put something that goes over the knee if we want to. We can actually show the joints. I mean, it's not like orcs would care. Oh, you lie down there, okay? Yes, you see, well, actually, when it's a half pipe, I mean, it's not going to be deformed permanently, depending on what plastic it is, I guess. But in this case, you can just squeeze it back. But I kind of like it when it turned out a bit flatter, just for this simple thing. It's the same thing here. These can look a bit flat, so we're going to either put rivets on them, or we're going to like use file to make make panel lines. Remove. Oh yeah, wait. I know what we should do, because as this is round and we want to put it on something that's a bit more square, it's not going to go flat. It's not going to go flat. There's like a gap between the gray plastic there, and just not much, but a little bit, depending on, I mean, if we have a smaller pipe, it's going to be a bigger. You see there's like a gap there. So these edges are the only contact points. I'm not really a fan of that. So we can sand, file or cut down a little bit on the corners where we're going to glue, so it has a larger contact surface. And it doesn't matter if we mess this up a bit, because we're going to put a piece over this and glue it in, right? Also, doing filing or wearing down the corners makes it look like it's a bit old and worn. Well, not necessarily old, but worn, because most machines don't have sharp edges like this. They have rounded edges, or they are worn down. And then on these newly kit surfaces, we're going to put the super glue, because we don't need to put super glue on the flat surface so much, because it doesn't have any contact with the actual plastic. And we will just do and then we'll put another piece down here. We can put it like up over there. I don't know if we need to do anything on the bottom though. That filled it out quite nicely. Because we're going to have the painting behind this. The thing is, when you like custom make something like this, you're going to end up with a lot of weird places to paint and how to glue things together. When you buy a model, somebody else has thought of most of these things already and made sure the model works to put together, so you don't have to bother. But it's also nice because it gives you a bit of an insight into how complicated something so simple as a little plastic toy is. I mean, once the production is up, you can just spit out. I mean, one of those sprues, it literally takes a couple of seconds to make them once everything is done. But there's so much work to make a model. I mean, now you can 3D print and like use CNC machines to cut out molds and stuff like that, so that's good. Makes it a little bit easier, but yeah. Oh yeah, on the back here we're gonna put some of those hydraulics I talked about for this part as well. Maybe to the foot, but I'm not sure. I did take the same cheap and easy way out like Games Workshop. I made these joints for the arms balls, so you can place them in any angle you want. But there's nothing from here to here that actually drives how this moves. So that has to be internal, I guess. But yeah. Oh, this is coming along quicker than I expected now, thanks to finding this piece. But that also sets sort of a standard. I want some thicker material to make these parts in. It's like all the details, nothing. Well, a couple of rivets, some more rivets, a little plate down here or something. I think we're gonna go for the bits there and put it on there, like, because weapons and things like that have a bit more detail on them already. So if you put them on, you're gonna add more detail really quick. So we'll get into that as well once we get to that part of this construction. I want the plates on that. Big smooth surface like that. Not in my army. Not in my army. Oh, I need some more glue on that. definitely. Yeah, and I'm starting out streaming just once a week now, and then maybe we'll do more streams, and maybe we'll do each day dedicated to a specific sort of topic. This is like the miniature time, and for the foreseeable future, I'm gonna say, just gonna get some glue off here. We're gonna do this orc army, all of the components, building, painting, and everything. And once this guy is completely done, and I'm starting on the next one, and then I'll start printing the next parts for the other ones and so on. I'm probably gonna like paint this guy, so I'm gonna see how they come out, see if there's something I want to change. We can put some bits on here, and then we're gonna put some cables to everything. So how do we make the hydraulic things done? Well, don't have too much of these, but you have these pipes, small pipes for from Plasticard. Something that I need to look into, order some more of, because and some of these rods. There's some rods. There's some. And you get these in different sizes, and especially this rod type. This size of rod actually specifically is what I want, because I'll be right back. I'm going to the back of the room again. Or do I have something lying out of there? No, let's just get rid of a new one. So, some metal pins. It's like a couple of millimeters or so. And this fits pretty well in there. And here we go. There you go. There's your hydraulic cylinder, if you know how they look, a piston. Are you excited? That's good. Are you excited about something special, or just in general? About your printing and things and stuff? Or, I mean, that is exciting. So I'm not surprised if that's what's exciting you. Ah, my stuff, okay. Well, and I'm excited to see your stuff. So we're all excited together. No, that's... yeah, that's what I usually do when I watch streams as well. I usually like to do... I like to do things and like watch other people do other stuff for the things. I think that's pretty common. So when you have a few small bits, that's a bit small maybe. I'm gonna see in my drawer if I have anything else. No, that's just a rod. You can use it. I can just drill this out and use this as well. Let's see over in the drawer. No, there's no round rods left. Let's just bring this up anyway. So we have bits and pieces and stuff. Okay, so I need more of this rod. But basically, well, here you can see another version you can use it for. I used for it. Okay, let's make one. Maybe that short bit isn't too short actually. Oh, it's already been used in this way, because there's a metallic rod in here that I can see. Let's see if we can manage to get it out. Yeah. Is that a good size, I think? Oh yeah. Some glue on the end here. Oh yeah, I need my other clippers, because this metallic thread thingy is super hard. So, leave that. I'm going to leave that to dry, and I am going to get my big clippers. Big and big, but we're going to get the bigger clippers that are not there. Let's use this clippers then. Oh, there we go. There are the good clippers. We're going to cut this off a little bit longer than I think I want to. And then we're going to take some of this rod and we're going to glue that to like there, so it has somewhere to, well, you'll see. Getting too complicated for my brain to handle to explain. I need a file though. I need one of these round. Is this round? Feels round. It's round enough. And then we're gonna, because this is like flat, and this is a rounded file, so I'm gonna put it in there, on there. Let's see, can you see that? Yeah, it's a little bit U-shaped now, and that means this will fit pretty snug. And we'll cut that off. Put some glue in this U-shaped area. And go leave this in place. Because you see, as the piston, if this was for real, this would be a hollow cylinder and it would push in a liquid here, oil if it's hydraulic, and that would make this whole stick go out as this area fills up. Ooh, broke up the tip of the blade. Well, glue it in, sand it down, or something, I guess. What are you printing? Are you printing, what plastic are you printing right now? What are you using? I need some sandpaper for this. I have the small needle file. So is it PTA or are you going directly for the ABS? Because that's a whole new set of problems, of course. No, so this will be a joint, so it could in reality move like this, just when this extends and it moves down. Yeah. Look up hydraulics and like digging machine, PLA. Yeah. Ooh. So you're gonna have a fun time sanding them later, because it's very hard. This is PLA. These are printed in ABS, which is, as I said, a whole other set of issues to deal with, but it's super easy to sand. I'm hitting myself a little bit of a drill. And the thinnest, smallest little drill we can. And the little smallest drill bit. Thingy-majingy. I should probably move that, guys, so I can see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the super glue is somewhere, but yeah. I understand completely. I'm just gonna find a drill bit. Yeah, tiny drill bits. That is about this size. And I think we have a winner, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else as well. Here we go. Put this into here. That's never gonna work. Yeah, you see, that's what happens when you look around for things, right? Because you don't look in front of you, you just look around. I know the feeling. But good that you found your glue. If you don't mind slower setting glues, I don't know what super glue you're using actually, so, but some shameless plugging for the one of my favorite stores, Biltema. Right, so because I'm gonna make another one of these joint bits on this side, but I need to drill a hole so this rod can go into it. this is where you need to be careful so you don't stab yourself so much with the drill, because that is painful for the most part. Which is also a good reason. And since it's so small, there's no point in trying to use a machine or anything. This is definitely where I recommend a hand drill. Like this. Doesn't have to be this Games Workshop model. Yeah, Loctite is really good because it's also very quickly to set, which of course is only good if you glue it in the exact right place. But yeah, this is like, well, Biltema's, you know, own brand. I guess they don't make glue, but they order it and some with their logo on it. So it's pretty cheap. But yeah, Loctite is a good glue. Okay, that's a snug fit. That's good. Let's mark out where we want to cut this off, and then we can remove this. Do a little bit of the rolling, even though this isn't even a pipe, so it won't deform. This is a piece of solid rod. Some glue at the end. Oh yeah, I don't know how, well, this is pretty easy to sand too, I'd say. I haven't had to sand it so much though. Ooh, another, oh wait, if you don't like the sand, let's take an orc break. I need to go to another room. Here we go. Here is today's tooltip for people who 3D print in Sweden or everywhere there is a Biltema. Because this is a filler. It's a spray-on filler. It takes like 24 hours to quickly to dry completely, so you're gonna have to be a bit patient because you don't want to sand this when this is wet. But once this is dry, because this will fill in most of the lines, and then you can just sand it. So, and then all the parts between the lines will be filled. I should really get these guys to sponsor me one of these days. But yeah, this is awesome stuff for prints, especially if you don't have many small details, like if you have big flat surfaces or like bigger pieces. This one. There you go. Take a picture. I probably already have, but here we go. Holding it still for a bit. That's actually not leaving the subject even when I start to think about it, because the title also says 3D printing. Well, yeah, you screenshot it. I thought so. Good. But yeah, you really need to leave it a day to completely dry, so it's easy to sand, and it's gonna clog up the paper quite a lot anyway. So you need to pick up some extra sandpaper while you're at Biltema. That's all I'm saying. I mean, the whole thing, unless you print it light gray, like the color of that filler is going to look striped, because you're going to sand it down to the plastic on the high ridges of the print, because basically a print, if you scale it up, is like valleys and tops like this. And what you do is you're filling these valleys with the primer, and then you sand it down until you start to see the plastic, which you're going to see the tops. And then so it can be hard to see if it's smooth, so just use your fingers and touch it and see if it feels smooth. So this thing is gonna go on like one of the arms, like so. And the general, we'll do it that way, I think. Yeah. Okay. And the general idea, what would happen is that this rod and this rod gets pushed out from the cylinder. That makes this piece go here. If this is attached to this, it's going to pivot around there and it's going to bend the arm. And we're just going to glue this in place, and then we're going to put some small plastic bits around the side so it looks like, yeah. And then we'll put some rivets on. So yeah, it's going to be good. Let's do the glue on the actual bit, because I don't know exactly where on the arm I need to put the glue. And that adds so much more realism for anybody who knows like how hydraulic arms works. Oh yeah, what's the sunlight situation? I need to look up the window on the other one. Around here it's still pretty bright outside actually. And it's getting brighter because we're on the right side of midwinter now. Sunny days ahead. But yeah. Up there, I'm surprised you have seen the sun, basically, more or less. And these rods, you can cut these off as well as use for these joints, of course, if you want to, if you have smaller. But it's also very practical not having to buy this just to make those. Just because you can use spruce. Spruce are our friends. Now I only need to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least more of these. And I'm not even done with this because we're going to put some plates over there. That's good. That's a bit too thin. Well, that's another reason, I guess, why it's surprising that you see the sun. That was the most interesting thing about living in Övik. Because of all the mountains and everything around. Even when the sun was up, it was behind a mountain somewhere, so it was like, I think there is day. No, wait, nope, it's just evening. It's more evening. Sorry. False alarm, people. Nothing to see here. Just more darkness. Ooh, that's, well, actually, what's that? 150, 160, so that's not that bad per bottle. Just rounding these off a bit. Now these arms are pretty thin. Kind of wanted this not to go down over the side like that. Let's do it anyway. Yeah, protecting plastic paint jobs and everything from UV is a pretty good thing to do. So talking about that, ABS plastic is not UV resistant. So don't use it to make things you want to have outside a lot. So don't put these type of models in the window. because that will be bad. And then we're going to put this over here. Yep, let's put some glue on there. Glue, 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 glue. Wait, what? Why are they out there? Wait, only outside our in like our parking lot or the parking lot next to us? Why are they having a party there? It's just weird. Is it like a we are teens and we are drinking party, or is it like we are churchy scouty people party screaming, or what's going on? Just random drunk teens. Oh, it's the silly kids, I see. I'm gonna put some like rivets and stuff on that as well, I think. In the end, see what's going on. We're gonna put some of those plates up here, but the arm here is a lot thicker than this, so it's gonna be pretty good. There's a lot of things that wouldn't work in real life with this, but it doesn't matter in this case. I like a bit of wonkiness in my orcs. I usually stand inside a bit when I'm a bit taller, I guess, so I can stare at them without them really seeing me. If I want to keep checking up on people who are hanging out there for some reason. And since it's like Christmas holidays and stuff, and it's a weekend, I'm guessing they're not waiting for their school bus. Dun, 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 dun. I wouldn't say you look like a little kid. I would say you have a height maybe, but look like is a little bit harsh. But I get your point, I guess. No, I dropped the thingy. Here's the thingy. And then we're going to put some tiny rivets or something, just like this axis. We're going to put it on all of these as well, just so it can. It looks like they can actually pivot around something. So let's get back to these small and tiny bits, and let's try and make them look a little bit less square. I didn't really have anything to say, so I just made random noise not to be quiet. It happens. It's the thing. Oh, that's stuck there. No. That one got lost. Lost and gone forever. Wow. That's a big random thingy. I also like people giving silverware to infants. That's seems logical. I understand you're supposed to get it, keep it until you get old and blah blah blah, but it's just funny. Like, oh child, you have a name now. Here, take upon thee this fork. Kid trying to eat for the first time smacks themselves in the forehead with like a spoon or something. But at least you have silver cutlery. Pooping on some glue. Spilling water out. Dun, 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 dun. Well, we have the water on the table then, I guess. No, water on the table. Use the water. Use the water, Luke. Oh wait, I didn't put any glue on the backside. Silly little me. Yeah, I can imagine it's a bit tricky having a big box of that lying around. And as I said, once I get some weapons on these arms, he's just gonna have like saws and claws. That's his weapons. So then we're gonna fix this. So these lower parts of the arms, we're not doing anything until the weapon. That's like the last thing we're gonna do. I make the leather thingies. Look at me fancy tools. I use my silver cutlery to do the leather works. I like it. Alright. I'm just trying to find other things I need to do in around this, so I don't have to make like 5 more of these right now, because I don't want to. Well, that's one way to not eat all the kexchoklad. Oh, we could do some paneling or something on the side of the legs. Gosh, I'm tired today. I don't know why. I did get a good night's sleep. Just gonna put a bit of random pieces of armor. I have to be a bit careful with it because every piece of armor like this can't just like be glued on. So what we're gonna do is because I wanted to put rivets on them or like make a weld around the edge maybe. You forgot about lunch. It's like almost 3 o'clock. Go lunch. Go eat. Do the lunching. Num, 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 num. If you can. Like, right. I just ate my snack sandwiches before starting the stream. So I still have my food left to eat, which is nice. Just cutting off the corner of this one so it doesn't look so square. Should make some rivets on these as well actually, and around that, so there's a lot of tiny little riveting going on. Yeah, you went past lunch, so your brain went like, nope, lunchtime has passed, so we have probably had lunch. It's okay. We don't have to worry about lunchings. I don't like how this panel turned out actually. It looked a little bit too uneven and weird. Let's see if I can top it off. I think I can without like removing half the stuff. So it's now a panel there. Yes, let's cut down a little bit on the corners. Let's do that on things in general. As I mentioned, this is a thing for war. It's made by the orcs. It's not going to be perfectly clean cut lines. That's the only thing I don't like about when you're like buying deff dreads or whatever you're buying. You always have to do stuff like this anyway because they all look so spotlessly clean. I mean, even if they're brand new made orc vehicles, they are not going to be clean or shiny and sharp edges. I mean, I read a you're heating up lunch and you want bacon. You want bacon? Okay, eat bacon then. It's better than cake chocolate. No, there's one of the books that I read about. It's a novel about in Warhammer 40k universe. Somebody's observing a orc building a watchtower, and he literally puts in rivets in it with his forehead, like kaboom, kaboom. So that tells you how much finesse it goes into building orc stuff. So, but you also have to be a bit careful with doing these things like this, because if you overdo it, it's gonna be a mess to paint. Because flat surfaces are really easy, like this, even if you make them look a bit crunchy and stuff. It's easier to paint if you just like make this a whole textured surface. Doing the highlights and everything is gonna be a nightmare, in my opinion. Maybe not in your opinion, but that's okay. I think it's a very rough thing to paint, especially if it's just like a tiny textured. It can be extremely aggravating to try and get that done. So it looks good. That's a lot of glue there. Let's scrape some of that off. Yeah, small panels like that, much better. It's going to be really nice and interesting to get the cylinder in there. Okay, let's make some more hydraulic stuff instead. Let's make them about the same length. They have to be exact, of course. Oh. You're 11 grams off from the lowest price plus. Oh, I see, I see. That's not much. I dropped one of the plastic bits on the floor. That's really bad because, as you know, I don't have too much of this pipe. I'm gonna have to find it, and I did. And they're both perfectly, almost perfectly in length. This needs to be a little bit straighter there. Metal rod. Get your glue on. Don't want it to go all the way through because we're gonna have to file down this section as we did with the other one. And then we will cut this off around there. Yeah, sounds good. Can always cut it down a bit more if we need to. This looked a little bit too. I just shot away a piece of this. I'm not going to go and find it. I'm just going to cut a new one. And let's cut 4 of them at once. 155 grams for burger, fries, and drink. Well, you know, if you get it delivered, that sounds about right. You have lunch, all right. Good for you. And we're just cutting off 2 first because we're going to have 2 drill holes, and it's easier if you have this. Get extra cola, save for later. Well, that's one way to do it. We have extra, yeah, okay, ice cream, well, that works. That's exactly what I didn't want. That's just happened. I'm going to have to unglue that and reglue it. What I don't want to have it happen is I don't want this metal rod to go that far through because I want to be able to do that fighting thing to get that U shape to fit these in. And it's a lot harder to file this any metal than plastic, and this metal is, these rods are pretty hard. Move this into the U shape like that. You named your printer? Okay. And you named it after a Swedish rap song. Well, no. If that's what you want to do, it's your printer, it's your life. Go for it. I mean, you already obviously did, so, but still, you know, good for you. Good for you. That's 2. I guess we're gonna have to start. Is this the same size as this? Oh well, we have one piece of pipe. Yeah, this is. Okay, we're gonna have to start drilling into this to make. Your gaming computer's name is Billy the Brave, okay? A brave computer. Hydration is important. Yep, I'm gonna have to start doing that. This, no, this is for a leg or something, it's a bit shorter. Okay. Just straighten this out a bit. I will take a knife and will make like a little hole, a little mark in the middle, just so the drill won't slide around so much. Only with a hole. So you don't really have to have pipes. The reason why you want pipes is you don't have to do this part. And with a pipe, oh, that's pretty much in the middle. But with a pipe, it's always going to be pretty much in the middle. You know? So it's easier. But I don't have any much more pipe of that pipe. Maybe there's a bit somewhere, but this will work just as well. The vibes in this stream is 10 out of 10. Oh, thank you. It's also very nice vibey people hanging around in the chat. I think that is a very helpful thing. It's nice to be back streaming and talking to you guys. Well, I guess I'm talking to Antea quite often anyway, but still nice to do it this way as well. And everybody else. So now we have another one of these, but it's not a tube pipe. That is a vibing bird, okay? Cool, cool. Cool, cool. Coolio, coolio. You made a marvelous burger. Yeah, we heard hamburger and coffee. And hi, dear A, welcome. Nice to see you. What? Oh, I see up there. I see. Wait, you can go all caps because you're a mod? I didn't know that was a thing. Then again, I didn't really realize that there was an all caps filter on the Moonbot until somebody earlier tried to do the same thing. Bacon and egg turkey burgers with caviar. Bacon and egg turkey burger. Turkey burger? I don't think I ever had a turkey burger. I have had turkey, but no turkey burger, as far as I know. Okay, let's make 2 more. Let's just do this. This is actually fun, but it's also like doing the same thing over and over again. It's really not my thing. If I can avoid it, I avoid it like the plague. But sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, I figured that much, but I never even had a turkey patty at all. I have had turkey like carved out of the actual bird, like when you're eating a whole chicken thingy. Make me all the tiny little pistons. Put the guy out of the screen again. You should lie down there so people can see you when they come in. You need iron. Iron is good for you. I have iron. Well, technically this is steel, but it contains iron. Yeah, no hitting other people and stuff, please. That's not just okay, unless it's consensual hittings. You can't do that on Twitch anyway, consensual hitting stuff, because I'm pretty sure that's against TOS. Well, Saturday morning for you, at least. So good morning. Hope your breakfast is awesome with your awesomely made breakfast. No, it's morning for you, so it's definitely a good morning. It's a good morning. We're all hanging out on your Saturday morning. That did not end up in the middle. See, this is why I want the pipes, or the tubes, or whatever you want to call them. One of your favorite YouTubers you start following on Instagram. That is very cool. That is very cool. Ooh, they didn't just follow you on Instagram, they comment on something on Instagram? That is actually super cool. I retract my cool and replace it with a super cool. Because that is super cool. Oh my god, I need more glue. More glue! Scorch, scorch. It doesn't make any sound, so I have to like make the sound effects for it so people know what's going on. Now everybody knows I squirt out some glue on that thing. Well, plop. And then sandy. Well, no, actually, filing. Oh wait, we can't put glue on yet because we haven't cut off a little snipply thingy. Yes, that is an actual factual. That sounds like a good way to celebrate. That didn't really fit well in, so maybe you should dry fit things first, Pixel. Yeah, you can do that. But you know, how cool is that? What a celebratory day. Okay, 5 of those, and now we just have to make the end part for those, which is also made a bit on this. So drill a hole, cut it off, drill a hole, cut it off 5 times. Just easy. So we don't slip up and ram a sharp drill into our fingers at full force. Because now if we slip, it's just going to be a little boop. Boop. Takes a while though, but removing all the plastic so you can see what I'm doing. Drill the hole, cut it off, chop. Make sure we don't cut inside where the hole is, and then the roly thingy. And once we're through a little bit, we're gonna stop with the roly thingy. We're just gonna go click, go. First one done, and that's gonna go like that, and we have ourselves a hydraulic piston again. But before we do that, but that was me dry fitting, because dry fitting is what the cool kids do, or at least the smart cool kids. The dumb cool kids probably don't, or the forgetful ones as well. Some people dry fit things, right? Just Yeah, that's only halfway done. That is true. There's a lot of gloriousnesses in front of us this day as well. Stretch out your shoulders, roll your shoulders a bit. Don't get too stiff sitting down, crouching down over things. Hydrate. Yeah, I'm at the workshop. That is correct. There's all the workshopy things in the back, like the drill machine over there and the box of screws and stuff and all the other generally random thingies. Yeah, this is how we start a new year. Exactly. That's why I wanted to stream. I was thinking about streaming yesterday, but I had also made a plan of streaming on Saturdays. So I waited a day, but you know. So every Saturday is going to be Project Waaagh. And if I get the time and inclination to do more streams, I'm going to do that on another day, of course, and do something else. I have an idea, but I'm not going to discuss that yet. Hydrate. Okay, yeah. Alright. Drill a hole, cut it off. Gonna have to take some measurements on these so I know what kind of rods and stuff I need to order. We will have order! Slowly, slowly drilling. And good. Do the dry fit to see if the hole is deep enough. It's a little bit offset from the center, but it doesn't matter in the world of orkiness. And we have two new hydraulic thingies. The arms are all at about the same length, all at the same angle, so that's gonna be good. Otherwise, you're gonna have to think about the angle, because if the arms are like this, like bent in a lot, this angle here, this thin metal rod needs to be longer, and the more it goes this way. You know what? I don't have to. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Whoa, hello, hey, Loon Bob, welcome. Oh, thank you for the lurk. Yeah, hi, I'm Pixel. If Antea or ever mentioned somebody named Pixel, that's me, this guy. So, yeah. Well, welcome here and welcome to the stream and welcome to the lurk. Hope you're having fun playing your game. Oh, that is so nice. Well, welcome here. And, you know, yeah, have a good one, you too. Thanks for dropping by. Let's see if all the thingamajiggies work. Should be a sound, because I gotta follow. Come on, Stream Elements. I even logged into Stream Elements today, so I would like understand that I exist and stuff, and made sure that the connection to Twitch was made and stuff, but I can't hear anything, so thank you anyway. and have a good one. And I was gonna go and get something. Oh yeah, I don't know if everybody understands my rambling on about this hydraulic stuff, but I don't have any hydraulics. But you know what I got? I got the next best thing. Okay, is this gonna fit on camera? That is the question. Will it fit? Well, we are about to find out as soon as I make room for this thing. Because as I said, I don't have any hydraulics lying around to show off anything. But if there's something I do have, there's a lot of fake stuff. And I have some fake hydraulics. It's barely visible. Okay. So, small stick inside a big cylinder. These cables, or this, not cables, but this would be where the oil gets pushed into here, or well, actually in the back here. Oil gets pushed into here, and that means that this stick gets pushed out, and it bends like. Oh, are you gonna be an evil one today? Oh yeah, I'm trying to fix this one. Oh, yeah. So that's how it basically works. So you can see how that, and that's why we have these things that you on the first one I glued this, and that's because it has to have something to play with because it moves. Why are you not stuck to anything anymore? Excuse me. I'm gonna have to have a look here. Oh, not that. Have a look. Okay. Yeah, you can see. Here we go. Okay, that one actually doesn't seem to be working. Where are you? How are you? I don't know. I'm gonna have to open this up and have a look at that later. We're not gonna do that now. Oh. Well, one of the claws are working. So yeah, orky stuff, but full size. With fake hydraulics. Oh, the rubber bands. No, what? Whatever. Whatever. Still technically orky stuff, so it's well within its reading. Yeah, EVA foam hydraulics. But the funny part is it looks like it's working. So that, well, which is of course the point because it's a fake hydraulic, but still. Yeah. So if there's gonna be another stream date, it's probably gonna be more dedicated to stuff like that. Saturdays we're gonna do the minis. Pinch and squeeze, yep. Oh, these were awesome, clever and friendly. Australian in Edinburgh, okay. Oh, we get to do a thermos mug. Just catching up here on this. Yeah, New Zealand. I have dispensed at least 2 knowledge for 3D printing so far, at least. Anyway, that's as much as I can remember that I have mentioned. Yeah, stare at your phone for 30 minutes until it arrives. Nom 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 nom. And then enjoy your food. Thank you for the hanging out and thank you for the lurkins. Drill, 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 drill. We're not gluing this in right now. So what are you doing? You're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. We're gonna dry fit this first. Yes, it works. And then we are going to cut off by doing the little old rollerino. Roll, 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 roll. And then yeah, you have quite a lot of stuff. I am not going to argue with you on the stuff heavily. That would be like silly of me. Because I am slightly privy to the information of your stuff. You need to get rid of stuff. No. Might be somebody else out there that needs some of the stuff if you don't need the stuff anymore. It's a good way to get rid of things. Pass it around and such. No. You put stuff you don't want in pile. I take pile, dispense. You don't have to organize getting, selling, giving, whatever, anything. You just need to make decision of pile to keep, pile to not keep. If that's something that sounds like where would this pile live? Well, depends on how quickly the pile evolves into a super big pile, but I can take out things here, out here for example, and store them while if there's something that is to be given slash sold slash whatever with. But considering that you probably can't get through all of it right now anyway, because there's a lot of stuff and energy levels and so on, I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be handleable, definitely, without any issues. And yeah, we'll just get somebody to help us to get it out here if it gets too much to have at home. But I also right now I'm gonna clean off the rest of the stuff on the top bed in the guest room, and then there's gonna be some space for temporary stuff there as well. So that should be hopefully work out fine. And hydraulic piston number 5. See, it doesn't take that long. It's not that boring, and I have good company to chat with. Yeah, so let's organize a pile space for that in the guest room so it gets out of your sight, because you're basically never in there much anyway for like longer times, and then we'll deal with that. Yeah, I can't see what that is from this distance over there. just gonna go on and we're gonna glue these all in place everywhere, like that. Then we're gonna do all the things around like we did on that one. Then we're gonna probably gonna get into the bits box. It's a hyping rod. Okay, hype, hype. Hype, hype. All the hydraulics. Hyper. Okay. Hi Hyper. Welcome to the chat, I guess. Yeah, you go and brag about that to your mother. That's a, yeah, that's a good placement. Yeah, and that bended leg will get this one. That looked like it was a bit shorter, but it really isn't. It isn't, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, this doesn't really fit in there at all. Okay, let's wipe off the glue. Let's see if we can get that bit off. Now let's cut off that metallic a little bit. Put some more glue on there, and we'll put you back in there. That'll be good. I want these attachment points to be similar at least to those, so it looks like somebody at least knew what they were doing when they tried to build this thing. I will have a look at that later, because if I click that it's gonna lose me my chat because it's gonna minimize the Twitcherinos and stuff. But for everybody else, click our cool links. Click it. Let's see if we got anything funny to play with. I want to do something around here. Oh yeah, I had a plan for the feet to have some kind of a claw thingies on the side. Claw thingies! That was a good idea to glue these on right now, but I want to see how it looks and see if it's a idea I want to run with. It isn't. No, we're not doing any sort of flowy things there. I will. Okay, if you go missing, you will. Okay, yeah. So if I don't hear anything from you in a few hours until I come home, I know that you're in the bathroom. Check. There are some lines there. There are some lines there, but there's nothing to do about with that now, because I'm not going to take off the arms and start sanding again. Starting to think that these round armor bits weren't that much of a good idea. I'll take this one off and see how it looks. No, they were a good idea. That looked just boring now. Okay, put some ribbons on that, and we'll have to do all the small things for the hydraulic thingies. Okay. Hydraulic small thingies, check. They're gonna be, oh yeah, the first ones are a little bit longer, so let's do this. This is probably perfect for that. And let's do the arms first. So that's one arm and 2 arms. We'll bring it up. It's a bit moist though for a sketchbook, maybe. If you're unlucky, it might actually just get the paper all whirly. 2 arms. 3 arms. So we only have 3 arms left to do. I don't need to do that. This is such a soft plastic anyway. I'll call it part of the process. Okay. Well, actually I changed my mind. I want to cut it. Because if you file it down, you're going to get a lot of these burrs, like a little bit of fluffy plastic bits that's stuck to the piece. So we're just going to cut them round-ish. You could just leave them square as well, but that looks a little bit unfinished to me. And as I mentioned, it's even though orcs built this like in the universe, so to speak, and they wouldn't care at all. It would just be a random piece of bit that's stuck there. We as humans and players and so on would do models. Have our own set of things we sort of automatically judge things with. It's like if you look at models, they usually have lines from the molds, mold lines on them, and people like, but if it's orcs, you can just leave them maybe, because it's like an armor, where 2 armor pieces are stuck together, but no. That's a lot of back, but yeah, I get your point. Let's get these glued in. Indeed, for the front part. Let's change. Oh, I put this right into the water, didn't I? Of course. Of course I did. Let's change to new fresh toothpicks with not so much glue residue on them. And a little fresh glue to the glue palette. And then just snack these bits on. Putting all these little things on. This little piece don't want to go on the way I wanted to go on. And we have to do the same amount of them again, but a little bit shorter to fit on these ends. And then we're gonna have to make tiny little rivets like on this one, no, on this one, to go on all of those. Then we're gonna make the rivets for that. We're gonna have to make a big rivet for the leg armor thingy. So we're gonna make some small rivets to put around this so it looks like it's attached. We'll put something like over the edge so it looks like this got a hinge. And then we're gonna, after that, I think we're on the weapons. Because the last things we're gonna do is the cables and all, because these want some cables, I think. I might not want to have that, but I'll see. Might be looking a bit much, but we'll see. I'm gonna do that, and then the last thing we're gonna do is put on the smokestacks here for like a couple of exhaust pipes or so, because that's sort of what this whole thing is about. On the back, I'm gonna put some bit thingies, or maybe just an armor plate there and some rivets. I think we're gonna do armor plates. I want this to be as much my own build as possible. And then he is off to priming and painting, I think. I would say, yeah. It's not gonna happen all today. I'm gonna keep working a bit for it. What time is it? It's 20 to 4. Right, let's see. Probably gonna stop around 5-ish, I think. That would be the plan. Yeah. Right, so smaller plastic bits. Well, let's not look for anything new, anything old and used. Let's just that's the thickness. We'll do one more. So what we want is basically something that is as tall as the diameter of these top rounded parts here. Because these overlap this arm, but as this arm is bigger, thicker, the side, this little side bit here, just goes down to the flat surface here. It doesn't overlap. So there, that's why it has to be a bit shorter. Twitch on mobile, heck yeah, huh? Exactly. Twitch is everywhere now. I don't know, something scary, I guess. That's not actually the diameter. We can actually just check that. That's good. That is actually pretty good. It's a little bit wide in one end, but a little bit wonkiness. So all we have to do is make these almost perfectly, well, not going to make them perfectly square, but all we need to do now is make squares of these, and we need 6 of these for three arms that we haven't done anything with yet. But yeah, hydraulic hoses and some cable stuff will be done with green stuff, so we're gonna get into some green stuff sculpting of such things at some point. That's probably gonna happen next week. So I can't see blasting stuff is gonna be that much. Oh, yeah, it's a very awesome little thing. That was a really cool thing. Cutting off the corners and the top parts of these. Now we have those, and let's go back to gluing things. Glue, glue, glue. These might be too heavy, but they weren't. It's good. That's a very tricky space to get into. That's not going to work out well then. So I want it from this angle. Pick it up from the sort of right angle. There we go. Squished. Squishly squish. Oh, this one is going to be really interesting. This one is going to be really especially interesting. Right, so then we have the extra tricky one, which is down here. And then at last, but definitely not least, the super duper mega tricky one, which is in here. But it's been working out pretty well so far, so let's hope this one will too. That's the wrong way. Oh, really? Really? I'm gonna get flipped in there. All the stupid places you can get flipped. It needs to be in that direction. I'm lifting it up like in this same, more or less the same way it's gonna turn up, and I don't have to twist and turn it so much. There we go, all in place. Da, da, da. Yeah, I need to do something on these panel lines or something. I mean, it's gonna get painted, so we have to like take that in consideration. You don't want too much detail. It can be very, very overwhelming just to look at something if it has that. Right. I'm just thinking about what then we need to do next, or what I should do next. Oh yeah, we're doing the small rivets. That's what we're doing. We're doing the like little rivets or hinges or whatever for that. And those are down at the smaller size. So we're cutting that up. Well, making all the small rivet thingies. Small rivet thingies. That's like 4 of them. We need like 1, 2, 3, 4. We need like 12 of them. So that's half of them done. And then we want to cut them down in the corners. I'm gonna have this log from there. Ties in the back from the minute. Okay. Well, you know, I guess that could work. I suppose. Yeah, the light in there is probably not the best. When you're making small things like this, it's easy to lose them, so I'm just going to keep cutting up this whole bit. So I have 2 or 3 extra in case of. And I mean, we're going to use more rivets on the whole build anyway, so what as well just make some, I guess. Here we go. Done and dusted. How are we on glue? That's a good amount of glue. Boop, boop. Some water, get some surface tension, lift a bit of plastic and put it in place. And now I know I didn't cut them in the corners and I just don't have the energy or care for it, to be honest. I don't think it will be that visible in this case because they're so super tiny. And I can always file them down a little bit in the corners once the glue has completely set and it's all done. That one ended up going onto the wrong place. Simply probably because the water I used got around, and water will also activate separately, by the way. Go. Interesting. So see, it works even backwards in time. Perfect trick for getting your food when you want it. That was a very big one. Let's take one of the smaller ones. This is a pretty visible part. And then there's only 2 left, if I haven't missed anything. Oh, I haven't missed anything, it seems. Where did I put water? I'm getting tired, I think. I put water on here. It's probably a bad plan since it will be activated once I put on the glue. Well, the glue will be activated as soon as I put it on. In that case. Getting tired. Losing focus. There we go. All the riveterinos are in on those. Let's keep riveterinos. We have a couple of these left. Actually, we have 3, and we need 5 for the jaw thingies. So we'll use the bigger one there, and then we'll use that a little bit. We have 5 of them. I know. Everybody wants to make a riveting yoke. I get it. It's okay. This is a dad joke safe zone. You are allowed to make corny jokes. "30 minutes of focus, that's not bad. That's not bad. At all. And then we'll put a big one on each of these, like they just smacked them in like one big thing. One big thing. One big thing. Thing. One big thing. You just break up that flat surface and it looks like they actually bolted it in there. So small, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 8 of them. Let's do 8 small rivets. Oh, no, 8 small rivets. Oh, it's got stuck to the blade. And now suddenly I can relax and brain goes, let's see if we have a puddle of goo. Okay, that's fair. Let's be a puddle of goo. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7. Do you have an old extra lying around in the water puddle up here? Yep, we do. I'll take you, I'll remove you actually and find another one. You're a little bit too rectangular for my taste. I'm sorry, but I have peculiar taste when it comes to rivets. Especially if they're the squarer kind. I don't want them to be too rectangular. I mean, nobody of them are perfect squares, so. Alright. And then we're gonna have to go on the funny hunt and figure out why there are no stream alerts. Because I didn't get one for this up. Didn't get one for Follow. So if anybody isn't like a chatter and you've just followed and something, you're wondering why didn't they say anything, I don't get alerts and I only see OBS at the moment. I don't see any alerts. Like that box is not on my screen right now. Oh, I like that actually. Maybe it's too many rivets. Take one in the middle and let's try to figure out how will this look. Will this look good? Yeah, I think we'll call it down there. I think we'll do one in each corner. Like that. And that's done and dusted and all of that jazz. Plate like that. We should do rivets for those plates as well that we have, like 1, 2, 3. That one doesn't need one. One, no, not that one either. Maybe I don't know. We'll see. Now we're really getting somewhere. Yeah, let's do an armor plate thingy there. Or something at least. Some kind of a hatch thingy or whatever. A bit wonky on that side. A bit too wonky. So, there we go. And not too much in the middle, because we don't need it to be super symmetrical. We're actually gonna sort of go for it not being super symmetrical. This needs some rivets though. And this one, maybe not the ones on the side there and that one on the arm, I don't know. Still, oh wait, can I? Will you come off if I do this? Now we're getting a bit under to me. Might actually be able to get it off then. Even though it breaks it. Yeah, there we go. Because I didn't like how that looked. Oh my god, stupid thingy. It went dark. Nom 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 nom. You are eating. Yeah, I understand that since your food has been delivered. Sounds like the sort of correct choice. I need some other sizes of these tubes as well. Well, more of these sizes because that's what I'm gonna use for the exhausts anyway. Oh, 4 o'clock. If I do cables from these, they're gonna have to have a cable going all the way. Everything has to have a lot. There's so many cables. That it's spicy, huh? If you like spicy, good for you. If you don't, oh, I'm sad to hear. I don't know. So there's gonna be a lot of cables, and that's gonna be annoying when you paint. So maybe I'll do that afterwards in that case, or I'll just put like a short cable into the arm and the piping, internal piping will deal with it. Could also just not do anything for the hydraulics, I guess, and just for the weapons later. Yeah, some power cables, like for the weapons later instead. That's gonna be a lot better than all the hoses for the doing all the hoses for that. Right, let's do some more rivets for these back plates. Yeah, I removed them. Okay. Wait, here we go. Nope. I know. I have a new idea for how to make more rivets faster. Let's see if it works as I think it should work. So we'll take one. You survived the bathroom. Ooh, nice. Nice of you to survive. That's always good. And it works pretty well. So if you cut it lengthwise, so it's like that, you can cut two. So you could technically do a lot more rivets at the same time if you want to. Probably like 4 or 5 at least without any issues. You take a bit and just cut some lines in it like that. So hey, we learned something new today. We learned how to make rivets in another, more efficient way. Yay for us. We are the learnings. Learny learns. Yeah, let's make 2 more. Whoa, hello, here's some people. Somebody's raiding. Oh, stupid alerts. Hi, welcome raiders. Thank you. And somebody got a message. Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry, Moobot is on a rampage against the capital letters. Hey. Hi there. Yeah, oi, get. Yeah, we're getting the Waaagh ready, slowly. Welcome everybody, thank you for the raid. Nosferat. Thank you, thank you. And I should probably switch over from my OBS at this point to my little board. Yeah, thank you for the follows from like all the people that follow. It went so quick. My alerts aren't working. I even logged into my to the thing and hopefully it will. Snack Punch is here. Where's Snack Punch? Is there Snack Punch? Snack Punch follow. Thank you. And Sai Overtake and Sandrina and Nosferat and Minty and well, everybody who follows. Thank you. Welcome. I'm Pixel. This is well, what we do here. We build stuff. And on the only real stream day I have now is Saturdays, and that's going to be dedicated to Project Waaagh, which is well, building these things. So the base is a 3D printed, ABS 3D printed model that I made myself. And now we're doing the plastic hard work to get all the details on the first one. And then we're gonna make 8 more of these. Oh, of course it did. Hi, Snack Punch. Of course it unfollowed you. We know Twitch does that. That's a topic in where we hang, other places where we hang out. Oh, lurk away. So yeah, let's talk about your stream once you have stopped learning. Killicans. Well, yeah, this is a death dread because he's got 4 arms. Obviously, we do have the cuter side of orkiness as well. Walking your way. We have a couple of those actually. This is the old model, this is the new model. You can see the difference with the leg joints. They're gonna, you know, not really sure how Killicans actually walk, because if you look at any of the older-ish models like these, and these are also printed, and then some plastic card added to them to make them, you know, this. But this project is a bit on a back burner, because I haven't played 40k in like, I don't know how long actually, it's been years and years. And when I wanted to get back in it, and I like, okay, we're gonna have a tournament in the city as soon as things where I live, as soon as it's allowed, we can, you know, get together again, everybody. And so I made a list. It's basically 9 death dreads and a mech, and a big mech. That's the whole list. That's 1,000 points of orcs. So. Yeah, and then he waddled away. I like that. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Oh yeah, thank you, Snack Punch. That's a good point. That is a good one. Oh, Snack Punch is up to it. Oh god, I'm gonna have to scroll back and see what everybody says. No, you have to, yeah, exactly, you have to shout out. I need to fix the SO command so it's easier, I know. Yeah, if you didn't come in with raid and everything, jump over and give Nosferatu a follow. That would be cool. So, close-up of this smashing work. So, what is it exactly that you want to see? It's not going to autofocus, so I don't want to go too close. I could change the focus, I guess. So, started all the plastic card work today. And making all the little hydraulic things. Yeah, I made this. I modeled it in Fusion 360. So I have the previous model, the model version of it right here. The only thing is this sort of groin area. I don't know, the hips out here. On the new one here, you can rotate this. So when you pose it, you can look a bit different. And this is more. Let's see. There we go. This is more static. So yeah, but all the black is printed ABS, and the model is something I designed. Yes. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Well, I started looking at them and it's like, okay, they look okay, and then when you get to this part, it's like, yeah, this is gonna look so cool. So we're gonna do some weapons on him, of course. This guy is gonna have just close combat weapons, so he's gonna have 2 claws and 2 saws. We're basically doing some small detailing now. We're doing all of these. Let's see if we can. Oh, you can't really see it's the light. If I do, yeah, there you go. These little rivets that's holding these plates together. So that's what we're doing right now. It's forever work, but you know, I have a bunch of them here. You can hardly see them on camera. But yeah, this is what we got. And how I do that is just having some super glue on this little glue palette or plastic bit there. Just put on a little dab of glue everywhere I want them to be glued down. It's a pretty long drying super glue for being a super glue, so it's nice for this sort of thing. And then I have a toothpick. And then we have some water that I spilled here, so I'm going to use that. And this creates like it's covered. When this is covered in water, you have the surface tension from the water actually picks up the tiny bit of plastic, and then you can just super gently put it down there, and then it's gonna dry. Moisten it up a bit. Find yourself another rivet. Otherwise, these bits are going to get stuck to your fingers super easy, as we all know if we have built any models at all. You didn't know I was from Sweden? No? Well, probably never popped up when in any conversations, so. Another project that I'm doing, I'm just trying to get my thought processes together here. Another part of the orc project I'm doing is I'm doing a mechanized grot army, and you know, grot tanks are awesome. They're very expensive, and I really don't have budget for buying models. I mean, filament and a few bits of plastics is pretty cheap. So what I'm doing is another thing that I have designed and printed. I am come on, don't fall apart. Is I'm making making myself some grot tanks. So I'm gonna have to make, what did I say? Was it 16 of these? I think. That's where the kilocans come in. So it's gonna be this, and it's gonna be kilocans, and yeah, that's about it. So, oh yeah, and some grot mega tanks, of course, like the bigger versions of grot tanks. These, once I got all the models and fixed some issues with them, it's gonna be I'm gonna glue my fingers to everything. I'm gonna cast mold this and cast these in resin. So this is most likely a model to be sold in the near future, or wait, we're on Twitch, soon TM, right? So we're doing that. That's the only thing except for the kilocans that I put any paint on. So I got exactly one painted model for my army. So I'm gonna do all the different weapon configurations. New money making proposition: sell off useless relatives and organs. Well, organs, all my organs are pretty necessary, I'm sure. At least to a degree where I want them. Unnecessary relatives. Well, I do have a bunch of cousins that I haven't seen in like 20 years, so I guess I could sell them, but it's hard to get a hold of them to sell them, I guess. I don't know. These guys, however, are probably not going to get cast because these have so much work done to them afterwards. I was thinking maybe I should just put up the STL files. This is for an FDM printer then, because that's what I got. For in my Etsy shop for like next to nothing, and people can print them and build like stuff on them as they want to. I'm lurking time work. Yeah, you have a nice day. Thank you for dropping by, and happy New Year, everybody. 2021, we made it to this side. It's gonna be awesome. Great day at work. Laters. Yeah, you're most welcome to come back when you have the time. Okay, let's see. Where do we want to? Oh yeah, we wanted some rivets on this guy up here, this little hatch or thingy. Oh, we need to make a hinge for the hatch here so the driver can get in and out, I guess. For some reason, maybe the orc doesn't want to live in here. No, so the whole army for this is going to be composed, as I said, 9 deff dreads. And this is number 1, and 3 of them are going to have only close combat weapons. The rest is going to have 2 claws and big shooters. That is true. Those are organs that you don't really want to know. If you will, can sell 25k per ball. Okay, that's a yeah. Hello, sir. I have a couple of testes I don't use. Would you mind purchasing them off me? I don't know. I don't know why that would be done in British, but that's just how it is. Hydration. So how is everybody doing this lovely day? Because it is a lovely day. Because it's the second day of the new year, and I had a good interaction with a random person in an online yesterday. That's how wonderfully weird my year started. A productive, nice conversation with a guy I beat in a video game online. Would you ever believe that? Okay, so I'm here a lot. So let's see if we can, without shaking everything too much. Is that better? Yeah, more of me in the. All right, hinges. How are we doing a hinge then? Well, we can take a pipe if we have a bit of pipe. And if I'm just doing something and you're like, what is he doing? Feel free to ask. I'm willing to answer questions. And if you want, like, if there's a question that I can answer, well, I can actually answer any question. But if there's something I know something about, I will try and give you a correct answer. How is that? How about that? That sounds like it. That sounds like a plan. So I'm just cutting off like basically a quarter of the pipe, and then I'm gonna see if I can glue it into place, so it's gonna look more like a hinge. But it's a bit too big, I realize, because there's gonna be like a hollow area there. So let's retract that plan, and let's go to take one of these rods, which of course aren't hollow, so that's going to be more of a solid piece. It's a bit trickier to cut out a quarter of though, because it's a bit thicker, of course, because it doesn't have a hollow center like a tube does. First cut, and then we cut it another one at a 90-degree angle off that. Well, that was ish anyway. Oh, it's totally crooked. Totally crooked. Okay, let's file it down then. Last bit. Getting ice cream. Oh, having a ice cream instead of the non-alcoholic beer as a celebratory thing. That's a good plan. Ice cream is... I was going to say ice cream is cool, but I don't want to make a pun over it. But yeah, ice cream is cool. In many ways. And I can dry fit it on like the front edge, even though it's not going to be there. I'm going to get that like that. There we go. Seems to be fitting well enough. Dabbing on some glue. I should go and get well, yeah. Well, why not both? Well, I guess we're not wrong to do both. I need to go and get myself some tweezers. Those are not the right tweezers. There are the better tweezers for this. I'll let you that through for now. Tweeze, tweeze. Here. And now we've got a hitch. Could make a little handle there, and there's a couple of ways you can make handles when you're doing this. Well, I'm guessing there's more than a couple of ways, but I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it my way. Getting the right pliers. Any very thin little metal rod, and we're just gonna go bend. Like that. About 90 degrees, and then the width like that. And then we're gonna drill some holes, and then we're just gonna put it in there. No, this is a physical constraint. I'm pretty sure she cannot fit all that. I mean, you could take a little beer and a little bit of ice cream, I guess. You know, portion it and it could fit, but not like a whole beer and then some ice cream. But yeah, there's always a solution. Another way you could do this, if you want to, you could hold this in your pliers, and you could heat it up with a lighter or a candle, and then you can just stick it straight into the metal. Just want to make sure that these are pretty parallel. Just gonna make it easier to stick it in there. You could just glue down a piece of plastic like it's a flat thing. It will still probably read as a handle, but you know, you can also just do this. That's not gonna look good. I changed my mind. I mean, if we put it there, we'd like dry fit it. I don't think this little handle is gonna look. I mean, it's not gonna be sticking up this much, but I think it's too thin. I could take the thicker metal thread, but no. I think we're going for option number 2. I'm just gonna make like a flat U-shaped thing, like a handle that you lift up. And then it just flips down. Or the way we need it, you can just like lift it on the edge actually. Just thinking, what else should I do right now? What else should we do right now? This area is also pretty dull looking, and I don't want to just put another plate there, so we're gonna go into this little plastic container. And we'll take out some more of these, the same material, same plastic card material. I don't remember what it's called now, just because of that. Yeah, styrene, of course, styrene plastic. Yeah, a bit too tired. Since it's a bit thicker, and if we just wiggle our way through a little bit, and then we break one off. Even that edge down a bit, just to get rid of any marks from the knives or any unevenness. Because this is like a box more than like an armor plate, so we can put that there. Just to break off this flat surface, because it looks really boring if it's just a flat surface. It's not an interesting part to look at. Now, there we go. You can attach some cables to that, go to somewhere, for example. Yeah, and then something here. That's also. I think we're gonna do a box thingy there too, but a bit of a version, I guess you can call it. That's about it. Guild Wars, but don't play. Yeah. I'll drop by the Lidl on the way home to get some potatoes and stuff, so we can get some food when I come home. I'm just going to be on for like half an hour more or so, because otherwise it's either half an hour or like 4 more hours and just finish this guy off. Oh yeah, text me a list of shopping stuff. That is awesome. That sounds like a brilliant plan. And I will shop with the Renos on the way home. But hey, isn't that just box as just a flat, another smaller flat surface? Well, yes it is. So what we're gonna do is, oh wait, these are, there's a, is this too big? Yeah, it's a bit big, but we'll try it. No wait, I found one. Yeah, that sounds good. Texting me with the shopping arena stuff. I broke it. Okay, do we have any other small pieces? I mean, if the pieces are too small, it's just going to be too much work trying to... Oh wait, we can do this. This is what we do. We don't have to have a plate, we can have these rods. Let's take the rods, cut off a couple of bits, like that, and then we'll take one of the bigger rod and we'll cut off a bit like that. And it shall soon all be clear to you what I am doing. Boop. Boop of glue on that. Then depending on how you paint this, you can paint this as a gauge or something for measuring things. We have a couple of round things. Pipes are good as well, because if you do the pipes, you can put in like a cable that comes out of it, so it looks like a fitting for a pipe, for example. Like so tempted to make some green stuff, cables and stuff now. But I'm not going to do any hoses for the hydraulics, because it's just going to be clutter all the whole things up. Like one cable there, one there, one there, one there, one there. It's like 6 cables going up here. It's just going to blur it up too much for my taste, at least. We could also put a little bit of a thing here. Or am I just overworking it a little bit, maybe? I don't know. It's going to be easier to do detailing on the arms later once the weapons are in. And I'm going to actually use what I have. Well, actually I'm going to have a lot. I'm going to have 9 of these. Maybe I need to print the weapons. Print the weapon parts. Just like make claw parts. And... saw blades, because those are going to be annoying to like cut out, so you can make some big round circular saw blades and have on a couple of the arms. I do believe that would be the best. Still don't like this big flat surface now. Even though I didn't like the armor bit I put there either. So we're gonna scrape off some of that glue and some of that plastic residue. And we will put something on there, and I have an idea for that. putting like a bit on in the middle just to fill out and just to remove the flatness, but there's going to be more details and stuff added there once we do the green stuff things, which is nothing. Yeah, I need to put the weapons on first. Still debating what I should do with the feet, or if I should just leave them like they are. I think I'm gonna leave them like they are actually. Yeah. And arms don't need any detailing. Do I have enough parts of something? I could use these. Does this fit in here at all good? Nope. Do I have something that would fit in here? That is the question, because then I can make like the smokestacks, which is what I'm gonna be doing with this. These are the same thing. They're just spray painted. There were some drain pipes on a building I was working on before, but that never really got around to being super finished. So I just took off all the plastic hard bits. Off for that, off for this, and off for that. So I'm gonna have to have a look around. A look around and see what I can find. Okay, I'm gonna have to leave the room. I'll be right back. I know I could pick up the screen. No, I don't find anything. Maybe I need to print the smokestacks? I don't know. Maybe I should print the smokestacks as well. I'd like to build them from plastic, but I don't seem to have anything good. I can just print some parts, I guess, as well. Or I could glue these in. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I could probably make this work, actually. Don't have too much of these rods at all either. So the plan is to cut this off. There we go. It's a bit loose. I'm thinking I could fill that up with some green stuff. Basically, like that, and just an exhaust. We're gonna go on the back here, a bunch of them. I think that might be actually a bit small even, because I don't want to just like a fixed straight pipe like that or something. I want it to have different sizes, a bit of texture basically. Depth. We talked about that a lot today. Detailing gives you depth with like all these parts. Oh, but there could be some cables there. Maybe I should have some shorter cables into the arms or something. I'll see. We'll see with the green stuffing. I think we're a bit of at a bit of an impasse at this with this guy right now. I think he's gone as I've gone as far as I can with this guy for now, with all the detailing. I need to get the weapons on so I can get the final details on and get the smokestacks on. And that will be that. And that means I'm gonna turn this stream off in a shortest little while. The first thing I'm gonna do, because I always forget this otherwise, is actually go down here and I'm gonna see who else is on. Who can I raid? Because I always forget to raid people. You know. What do we got? Bug King, Hot Armories, 400. Well, I said I was gonna stream until. Actually, I said I was gonna stream until 5. Your print is 44% done. Oh my god! So I don't have to glue them on there. I realize I can just make some cables and have that done, because plastic green stuff is flexible enough once it's cured to move. And bend and stuff. So we are going to need. So where is the green stuff? I only have the other stuff here. This is brown stuff. I guess I can use that instead. I think this is more hard when it's yours though. Put my green stuff somewhere, man. I don't know where it is. I didn't expect to use it today. So I didn't really bother finding that before starting. We'll try it with this brown stuff then. That's one type of cable. Just getting some tools to make some cablerinos. Some tools and some brown stuff then, I guess. I'll have to find the green stuff. Oh shit. Display turned off again. 44% print. That is pretty cool. That is very cool actually. I haven't used this in a while. So basically what I got here, oh gosh, I have the wrong window open. There we go. So you can see what I got here is a roller. Angle it a bit, you can see how it looks. So what you do is you put in a piece of whatever you're sculpting with in here and you go rolling back and forth, or making a roll of it, and it comes out like the cable. Yes, yes, please do that. Please do that. Oh yes. I would love to see it. This, oh god, this is super hard. Is this even workable anymore? It's in plastic. That looks not like something you want to model with. Oh yeah, it's got a different color. It's just dry on the outside. Okay. So we'll take off a piece. I guess I might have to that actually smells pretty badly. I think it's no more. So let's take a bit of this and a bit of the other one. Maybe this is too old. It's been completely sealed up in plastic bags. Just opening them now. See if this sculpting thing even works, or if I have to find the green stuff. If I'm gonna do this. We have some water here, thank you. Oh, this is wretchedly hard. I don't think this is gonna work. I think this is too old. Oh, okay. Oh, there. Right next to me on a little thing. There's the tiny slivers of green stuff that I have left right now. Okay, so that worked out super well. Yeah, need to buy some more of this green stuff as well. Because it's getting very old as well, and it's getting very little left of it. Well, it's got some metallic bits in it from the wrapper. And then some more yellow, of course, so we get about equal amount. Touch some of that blue. This is 0. Drop 610 frames, just pop up like that. And the reason why I'm doing this, because I want to heat it up as well, because it's a lot softer when it's warm. A little bit more workable. Okay, we're gonna do one cable. I need to buy some. I'm gonna need to buy some plastic card and some green stuff. Oh, my hair is starting to fall out again. It's in this stage of we don't want to be in any sort of way you brush it at all. So after a while, after you brush it, it just goes poof. Yeah, green stuff is also getting old. I think because it's not usually this hard. There we go. Then we roll that out. Oh no, we're getting plastic bits in here. Don't want plastic bits in there. Da-da-da. And we just, okay, more plastic. Okay, when you're making rivets and cutting small pieces of plastic, you get them everywhere. It's like confetti or glitter or stuff. It just gets cut everywhere. And then we'll put this in here. And we will put this in there, and we will start to roll back and forth as we press down. And voila! We got ourselves a interesting looking cable thingy. It's a bit short actually to go on anywhere there. I don't know really where this would go. Just like it, and then the ones at the end here that is a bit awkwardly shaped, we can just cut off once this is cured. And now we can make a million of these, and then we have another one that makes another type of cable, and of course you can just roll them round if you want to, if you just want to like a hose or something. So super duper easy to make some different funny roll out things with that. But the green stuff is also, or it's just well, actually I'm a bit cold on my hand, so I think it's a bit cold in here. Let's see, it's just 17 degrees right now, so it might be that's the reason. Yeah, and this, well, this is of course printed, so you can just make these things yourself if you are familiar with any sort of software that does these things. So I have a couple of more than this. This one is not so good. You can see how the ends meet up here, You see? And if you look at this one, they don't. There's like a gap between everything. So if you push too hard down on this one, it's just going to make a smearing mess. That's not what you want. You want a pipe. Or you want a hose or a cable or something. Let's see if we can... Well, we can actually demonstrate that with just something else. Because the reason why I'm want to use green stuff is, of course, green stuff is... once you have mixed it, it's a two component. Once you mix it, it starts to cure. And in a few hours or so, that's going to be a plastic bit, not just a plastic clay bit. But you can, of course, use any medium as you want, any sculpting medium, like Super Sculpey, for example. This, of course, is not going to cure by itself. This needs to be heated in the oven to cure, but you can make cables like that, and it's going to be a little bit harder in the end, so there's that. But depending on what you're going to do and what you're going to use it for, you can definitely do this in Super Sculpey or any other type of clay, basically. As long as it's not too sticky so it gets stuck in between. Oh yeah, the slicer for the program, yeah. Cura is very easy and it's very good. It's a very good program to use. Maybe you should start looking into 3D modeling now that you're a printer person. Well, wait, did you know anything about that? Or did you? I don't remember. Okay, so we don't push too hard, we're just letting the weight of this basically push down. And we roll back and forth. And we have these type of cables instead. Let's see if... And if I then roll this a little bit, it's not so sharp. And if you roll it enough, roll it a bit too much, otherwise, and you can make little worms. Oh, that was a good roll, actually. There we go. We have made a little worm. Yeah, and depending on what you want to learn, if you want to do like mechanical objects, like not non-organical objects, Fusion 360 is very good and very powerful. Blender is another program that is very good, which is a free program. Fusion 360 is free for private, can be free. You can apply for getting it as a private person. So as long as you don't make any money of it, you don't have to pay it for it. But yeah. And I'm gonna have to do a lot of these though. Maybe I should make these out of the worms that I was gonna make out of Super Sculpey. Actually, that's gonna be a lot cheaper than making out the green stuff, and then just like put a whole bunch of them. It's for another project, it's not work related. But depending on how you paint it and the situation, it's gonna read as a cable or a hose or a worm. Your choice. And I think little worm in there is the last thing today, because really don't have anything left to do, since the green stuff doesn't really want to cooperate and the other stuff was just old and dry. I don't have any plastic pipes left to be using. The tools back in the drawer so I know where I have them. Yeah, I mean, it depends on if it's cosplay weapons and helmets and things. Fusion works as well, but yeah, Blender is a good. I haven't used Blender much. I just like poked into it. I used 3D Studio Max back in the days when I was doing more 3D modeling, and now I'm just using Fusion 360 because it's so simple for me to use to create things like this. Like this little guy. But yeah. So yeah, Project Waaagh. That's the. I guess that's the name now. I don't know. First step is to get 9 out of 9 of these guys done, and then they are going to have a little orc boy with them. Well, it's not an orc boy actually. It's an orc Big Mac, so it's not little at all, even in the big pile of things. So we're gonna have this guy with his. I started painting him red, but I'm thinking I'm gonna repaint him to be yellow because they are gonna be like yellow. I like yellow. We have Big Mac in a mega armor with a custom force field. That's gonna be leading these guys, walking around trying to repair them and keeping them working as long as possible, and maybe putting some pew pew into people. Well, sorry, he doesn't do pew pew. He's an orc. He does daka 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 daka. And then I'm gonna expand that army until 2,000 points, I think, with some more mechanized orcs. Some maybe a Morkanaut, which is a much bigger robot thing than that, for him to ride around in with a couple of guys. And then after that we have, of course, the mechanized grot army with all the little tiny grot tanks that is going to be done. At least 16 of these with different weapons. I have 4 different things modeled. I only have 2 printed. So we have one with a big shooter. We have a custom Mega Blaster version of the tank, of a tank. You see they are a bit different in the way they look. So yeah, 4 of each of every weapon type that they have. And then some mega tanks, which I still have to design. And of course the little cuties are gonna come walking around with those guys. My Kilagans, which is the first project I printed out basically before these. And these are just like some beta testing models. I'm not sure if I'm gonna use this. Hey, if I'm not gonna use these, I can actually take these pipes. No, but here you can have a good look. Look at how flat this. I mean, this has some details. It looks a little bit interesting to look at, and the backside is just red. There are no cables, there are no hatches, there's nothing. It's just boring and flat, and a little bit odd. Here you can see some example of the cables, by the way, made with those rollers. So we'll see where we are gonna go with the the Kilagans are probably gonna get a redesign as well. And then we have my pet project when it comes to the orcs, and that's Speed Freaks. Love me some red fast orcs. So I have some well, you're actually in the title, so let's keep you. We're gonna have some deff coptas, which have been converted, so they look more like jet bikes, as they are jet bikes in the rules, and not helicopter worthy thingies. Oh, slow like you. Ooh. Oh yeah, I like the Kilagans too, but I just wish I had put like something on the back. But that is also, since they're gonna get redesigned, it doesn't really matter too much. And then we have, of course, then these speedy guys that are gonna zoom around across the field in their jetpacks with the rockets. These are the official Games Workshop models. I just converted them and took off the blades from the helicopters and stuff. Some of them have really wide wings, and I shorted them down, so I'm going to do that in all of them. Then of course you can't really be speed freaky without having a warboss on a bike. And this is not a 3D print. This bike is made long before 3D print. This bike was actually built before 3D printers at home were a thing, basically. So this is just plastic art, this stuff that you can see in the pile here. And the wheels and the gun is are made from parts from different war. The wheels are from a orc kit and so on. Yeah. So he's gonna get finished with that, and then because not really can't afford buying too many things, I also designed, just like with the other models, a base for the bikes, and then put some plastic art and some orc 40k weapons on them, just to make them look So like a stripped down bike for the orcs to ride around on. And I have a full unit of those, 12 of those, including a little bit bigger bike for the knob, which is the group leader for the guys to ride around on. So then the same thing here. I wanted to print the base, and then I wanted to put on the exhausts and everything separately because I wanted them to all look different. Oh, this one doesn't have a weapon. Have you lost your weapon? Is it in? Okay. Well, I wanted the handlebars to look different. I wanted the front to look different. I wanted, you know, make them all unique so they don't look the same. Nothing really wrong with that. I just, when I started doing this, it was like I might as well to make them as unique as possible. Are your paints dull? What paints are they, those Games Workshop paints, or what paints are we talking about? Citadel miniatures, that is. Oh yeah, and then I have some point I might want to have a weird boy, so I made one of those. Oh yeah, talking about green stuff and things. He's not going into any of the current projects, of course, but we have a little Dr. Orc here with his mask on and like an apron on. Got a syringe in the hand so he can stab you in the heart in case he wants you to die. No, I mean he wants to heal you. Oh, liquid bases for all my stuff. Okay. Well, if you're gonna, what is it? Just paint for painting the cosplay things? So Liquidix heavy body is really good for like EVA from projects and stuff like that. You know. So yeah, a lot of orkiness is going on. We have some color tests. I wanted to make maybe red orcs for the Speed Freak army. Because most of these most of the orc boys are gonna go, of course, into the Speed Freaks army, and I want them to be red. But that's the last step in the orkiness. You know, the last step in the orkiness. So dreads and walking robots first, then grot, mechanized army, and then Speed Freaks. By then I should have been able to get around to have some kind of economy, I hope. Neon red color. Well, then you should get yourself some neon red colors. Alright. That's where this project is heading. I'm going to continue on this guy. Well, I'm probably going to finish this guy. This guy's probably going to get... There we go. This guy's probably going to get finished next week. And let's do the look who is online thingy. Maybe raid someone. Because I heard that's the cool thing to do. That's what the cool pink people do. Oh, Stas is online. Let's go to Stas. That's a nice cool place to hang around. If you are inclined to go with me. Thank you everybody for today's stream. Thank you very, very much. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the new follows. Thank you for the lurks and the chats and everything else. Oh wait, what is Hot Armor is doing? Shall we go there? Nah, let's go to Stas now. I have made up my mind. So it's more miniatures basically. I don't know what they're working on. We'll see once we get there. Thank you everybody. I will be back 1 o'clock Central European time next Saturday. Hopefully with some fresher green stuff so we can keep doing all the cable work for this guy. I will have figured out what I want to do for the weapons. And everybody have a great start of the year. I hope so. That you will. Let's start up that raid thingy. Da, da, da. And see what they are doing over there and say hi to Stas and the gang over there. So I'm not even gonna wait for the countdown. I'm just gonna click gonna go to OBS first actually we are going to put on the end screen, even though I'm technically still alive, and then I'm going to click raid now, and let's go.